Hello, welcome to the November 15th, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you've not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could ask questions in the live chat field or simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer all the questions in real time will soon be eclipsed with all the questions that come in. We will go through each of the questions chronologically as they are asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, at that point, what we could do is just make sure that we don't ask the same question repeatedly, because that just kind of slows down the whole process and we're not as able to get through as many questions as possible. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase 11, 12, 13, or 14, if you are running Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which level, and also which operating system, that is helpful. We should have an index of all of the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. Several hours after the live stream ends, I'll take a dinner break and then go back and do the index. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous indexes, there are over 36,000 topics that you could search on cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful site. We also want to give special thanks to our two people that serve as moderators, Agent K and Jazz Dude. They're not Steinberg employees, they just do it to make it a better community experience. And we also will give Jazz Dude a special shout out for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a fabulous resource of information that's available for the Steinberg community, links to tutorials, and lots of great tips and tricks that you can pick up there. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work with Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products here in the United States, and I'm presenting from outside of the Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right, so we see Fengluzon on, who asks, is it possible to change the expression map with program change instead of key switch? Can you please show how to do that? So if we have, let me just load up a quick expression map here. Okay, so let's say if we come over and we'll have just a quick cello sound, and now that we want to go add an expression map, so when we want to, we'll just quickly, I'll just select the particular event here, and so expression maps are used to kind of switch between different sounds. So if we wanted to play back, spiccato or pits or tremolo, we could have expression maps to change these. So when we want to actually go set up the expression map, so this instrument is going to be based upon key switches for the expression map. So if it's a Halion based instrument, we could just choose to import the key switches. So we can see right now, we can see the remote controls, we could use key switches. So if we're making a new expression map, what we could do is, instead of using key switches, we could just use program change messages here for each of our different slots. So at this point, we could just choose to use program change messages as opposed to key switches right here. So as you're creating the expression map, you could just use the program changes, and that could switch between the articulations or key switches. So again, once you're in the expression map setup, which you could also access from your Midi menu, let me clear my throat. So if you go Midi to expression map setup, at that point, you would just have this same, and you would just choose program changes there. All right, wonderful to see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. And his cat Buddy is saying hello to my cat Steven and Mark Rabin's dog Stella and other pets. All right, so we have Xenos Music saying hey everyone. And we see Xenos Music asks, hi Greg, is there a way to delete notes with the right mouse button? I mean in the Midi editor, of course. We click the left one, we write new note, we click the right one, we delete it. So the right, just kind of in general Cubase scenario, that the right mouse button is kind of always going to bring up kind of context sensitive tools or functions. So if we want to quickly delete notes, one of the ways you could do it is actually, so if we write a note in, so let's say I just hold down my Option or Alt key, we could write notes in. And if I double click on notes, we have a setting and the default behavior. I'll zoom in just a little bit so we can see this kind of vertically. So the default behavior when we double click on notes is that you could just double click and delete a note. You could also use the delete key or backspace key. But right clicking will always access the tools. One of the tools that you could bring up is an eraser tool. So you could click on a note, erase, and then if you just kind of quickly tap, you could, so if I have a different tool selected like the eraser tool, I could just right mouse tap and go directly back to the selection tool. But again, and there's a preference here, previous versions of Cubase, when you double clicked, and I think this came in version 12, that when you double clicked, it would automatically open the expression editor, and that's still an option when this is highlighted. But when we double click notes by default now, it will just automatically delete. So I could draw a note in holding down my Alt or Option key and just double click instead of right clicking to delete a Midi note. So give that a try and let me know if that works for you. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer from Beulahville, North Carolina. Thanks for joining us. And always great to see film composer Kerwin Young on from Atlanta. Brian asks, hello Greg, how can I get Bluetooth buds to work with Cubase? It works in other DAWs, at least the two that I've tried. Is there a routing issue using the UR816C? With Cubase 14 and Windows 10 on i9. So when you do that, the Bluetooth, if we have the audio interface going to, say we go to our studio setup and we have the UR816 selected as our audio interface, that's where the audio is being sent to. So the UR816 doesn't have a Bluetooth audio output. So if you wanted to play the audio from your Bluetooth headphones, we would need to come to the audio system and select your Bluetooth headphones. They may not have an ASIO driver. You could select the Steinberg, you'll see like a generic Steinberg driver on the Windows platform. You would need to select that. Once that is selected, go into the control panel and you'll see all of the available operating system drivers where audio could be sent out to. Select your Bluetooth headphones. Be aware that some, I think Bluetooth only does 44.1K sample rate. So if you have a project at 48K, you may not be able to hear the audio from that. So, Bluetooth doesn't do a wide range of sample rates and there will be latency kind of imposed, but you will need to go to the audio system here and tell it to go not from your UR816C but to the Bluetooth audio outputs, because the audio interface doesn't have, and I don't know any that really have like a Bluetooth transmitter for headphones. So give that a try, Brian. All right, Uno Memento checking in from Finland. Always wonderful to see Jazz Dude, my co-pilot and navigator. I appreciate all of his efforts. And we see Stefan from Sweden. All right. Sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, we see Jan from Cubase Index. Thanks for joining us. Jan is thanking Jazz Dude for the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. All right, so we have Fly-V says, Vince here with Cubase 14 activated and splice pulled through. That's great to know. Seen some other people have similar issues. Good to know that it's kind of up and running. All right, so we have the artist known as Love, just saying, hope everyone is great, and thank you, Greg. Thanks for sending over the video link with Andrew Sheps talking about kind of praising spectral layers. I was able to send it to the spectral layers developer, but he had already seen it as well. All right, so Bratman Studio says, hi Greg, Rick here. I just want to say that after last Tuesday's meet, I decided to upgrade to Cubase Pro 14. Is it me, or does it sound a little crisper and cleaner? I keep both 13 and 14 in case of bugs, but so far none. So I don't think that there is any major advancements or changes in the audio engine, but if it sounds better to you, we'll take that as feedback. So. All right, so Captainergy Music asks, hi Greg, great to see you. What languages is the scriptable modulator using, and is there a language reference doc? So I think if we come over to the modulators and we go to the mod script, I believe it's Java. I'm not a developer, so I'm kind of software development stupid, and I'm kind of an idiot with that. But I think if we go to the script editor, that this would be utilizing Java, and I think we'll see some more kind of stuff coming out with this, but I believe that the language is Java. So all right, so Jack Bourne says, loving Cubase 14 so far, haven't dug into new plugins features, but it's definitely faster. So every time that there's a new version, they're always kind of working out like optimizations under the hood. So glad you're enjoying it. All right, so we see Y42 checking in from Vienna. Thanks for joining us. And Dallas Subaru says, you said for clip gain, you set the range with the pencil tool. That's not working for me. All right, so let's say if I wanted to come here, I'm going to set the range. I'm just going to grab a range with my range selection tool. Then I can just grab from the top down. But let's see if I do the, yeah, so once you have the pencil tool, you've defined a range. And if you wanted to adjust the gain of that particular range, you don't need to use the pencil tool. You could just drag from the top center down. If we wanted to modify the events within that range, we could use the pencil tool and just take this. And if we select multiple nodes, at this point, we could bring down all of those nodes that were entered with the pencil tool just by grabbing from the top area as well. So let me know if that makes sense, Dallas, and it's wonderful to see you on from Las Vegas. All right, so we have Catherine Leduc on from, says hi to all the Cubase people from Brest, France. All right. All right, and we see Best Korean Jesus on. Great to see you on so early. Millard Brown from Pennsylvania is saying hi to all the Cubase users from the Ides of November. We have Virtual Studio checking in from Tampa, Florida. Great to see you on. Used to cover Tampa in my territory. Had lots of great friends there. All right, so Val says, how can I set the mod wheel on my MIDI keyboard to control parameter in a third-party plugin? The MIDI learn function in quick control didn't work. All right, so let's say I want to make a MIDI, let's say I want to go to a MIDI remote. All right, and I'll just want to set one up here. All right, so I'll just add one for my Nectar controller. I'll just change the name here because I may have remnants of other Nectar controllers. All right, so I'm just going to set up my mod wheel here in my MIDI remote. Okay, we're going to create a MIDI surface. So I want it to be, let's say, a fader. I'm going to move the parameter. So now we could come over here to the mapping assistant and we could say, I want this parameter, this mod wheel here, and I'll just make it larger so we can see it. So when I move my mod wheel, I just have that one particular parameter. So I will come over here, let's add, let's say, so once it is defined, so I have this one control surface with just like a mod wheel. And, you know, so if we have a plugin on, so say I come over to the black valve, now I could right click and say go to the MIDI remote mapping. I move this, double click, and now that parameter is automatically triggered from the R parameter. So once it's kind of set up in a MIDI remote, you could just right click and say, okay, I want to control this parameter and apply the mapping. Now another approach would be that once we have this set up, and we could go to the MIDI mapping function, that we could set this up to be almost like an AI knob, like the mouse pointer. So we'll say value at the mouse pointer and apply. So if I don't want to set up a parameter for like a knob for each parameter, but I want it to, as I hover over a parameter, this one fader can, whatever I am hovering over, can automatically control as well. So a couple of different approaches. So once you have it in the MIDI remote, you can use kind of like the AI knob functionality to, again, whatever parameter you're hovering over, that will automatically adjust the parameter. That's a very handy quick saving mode for, I just want to hover and adjust a parameter with a physical controller. All right, so we have Pertti Komenin checking in from Finland. Tony Trunzo from Australia, Razel Zamini from Denmark, thanks for joining us. We see Benny, and just you had questions about backups on the last project, on the last live stream. So it says Benny here, now backup projects works. So yeah, thanks for sending the video, that's always helpful. Taming Guitar says still using 13, going to upgrade when my trial of 14 runs out. I think you'll like it. All right, so we have Guido Ronconi checking in from La Plata, Argentina. Thanks for joining us and being a part of the live stream today. All right, Michael Marshall from Somerset, UK. And we have Taylor from World Peace Music for World Peace Records from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. Always brings fond memories of my childhood visiting my aunt that lived not far from there in Schuylkill Haven. All right, Taxi Williams Music just says, hi Greg, I want to follow up and clarify my question about freezing the modulators. Is there a way to use the modifiers to create new patches, randomize parameters similar to UJAM plugins? I'm not that familiar with the UJAM plugins, but let's say if I'm here on, we'll play this little pad sound here. And I'll just come over here to all right, so let's say we open up the instrument. All right, and I want to randomize. So let's come over here and I'll just go to like the mod scripter has like some random function. So if we come over here, let's load a preset, and there is kind of a apply randomness function. So let's say I want to apply randomness to the cutoff here. So I'll just say, okay, we will adjust that. So now as we play this, we'll see our cutoff. So, and I'll apply it to so I'll move this. So that way we could kind of have random aspects to the modulators, but I'm not familiar with how the UJAM plugins work, so I could reach out to them. But or if you have any more information that you could send with that, that would be helpful. Always great to see Matt Elston on. Okay, Taylor asks, when exporting to multiple formats in the export queue with different bit rates, will the dither setting hold for each format, or will they be exported with the same dither setting? So I think that it would hold for each one, because it may not be doing dithering if it's not, you know, if you're doing like if your project's at 24-bit 44.1. that and you're exporting at 24-bit 44.1, it's not going to apply dithering because there's nothing to dither. So I think it's kind of automatically taken care of for you. All right, so we have Larry B says Cubase 14 Pro on Windows 10. I have an issue with the inspector volume and balance gauges. Click and drag up and down. Levels move randomly in either direction. Click and mouse wheel levels move fine. Okay, so all right, so let me just try that. So let me just put this in a quick loop. All right, so an issue with the inspector volume and balance gauges. So let me just okay, so it says click and drag, hold up, down, levels move randomly in either direction. All right, so let me see if I grab the fader here. We just hear a little click at the beginning of the sample. So that seems to be kind of, let me know if I'm kind of doing the same thing you are, but when I'm changing it from the inspector here, it says click and drag up and down, levels move randomly in either direction, click, and mouse wheel levels track fine. So when I'm just moving it, I'm not using my mouse scroll wheel, but actually moving the cursor here. And that seems to be functioning kind of as expected. So as I move the mouse, but let me know if I'm doing anything differently than you are, Larry. All right, so we see Taylor from Music for Old Peace Records. Is there any ways to test to see which dither setting was used on an export? So I think it's going to, so if we had, let's say, our dither on our master fader. So we'll just sneak over here. And let's say we had it post fader. So there's no, I don't think it's going to actively show you what was used, but if you're a 32-bit, you could choose 24-bit here. But that would automatically, like the sample rates would automatically be going through this algorithm if it's in your master. But I don't think it will change settings for you, but it may not have to, because as you're doing the export, that's when the appropriate dithering algorithm for the exported file is going to be utilized. All right, so we have Martin Hulegen checking in, I believe, from Germany. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so we have Taylor ask, I have an old HSO to get the license moved to Steinberg licensing. I need to upgrade HSO to the latest version. What are the differences between the old and new version? So the original version was kind of a standalone VST instrument, and the newer version was just a sound set that would work inside of Halion Sonic. So instead of being a standalone separate instrument, it would just show up as a Halion Sonic instrument. And so, but the samples are the same. So instead of being its own instrument, it's now just an instrument that's played through Halion Sonic, which is kind of what it was doing before. All right. All right, so we see a question from, it says, hi Greg, please show me if it is possible to import or drag a music XML file into the score editor in Cubase 14 Pro. Thank you much, greetings from Hungary. So currently, the very first iteration doesn't have music XML import, or doesn't have music XML support. It will be coming. We'll see other maintenance releases coming with more and more notation functionality. But currently, there isn't any provisions for music XML import and export, but it will be coming. All right, so we see Patrick Manuel A. We see Hemstroms just says, hi Anders from Sweden, thanks for joining us. Patrick Emmanuel A asks, hi Greg, how to use the new step modulator like an arpeggiator and sequence type of effect? So I wouldn't think of the modulator for kind of doing arpeggiators. I would still, I would utilize, like the pattern editor for doing that. So if you wanted to do, or, the existing arpeggiators, or the, utilizing the chord pads with, their patterns. So while I think that you might do it, it's really probably not the best tool to do that, So I wouldn't think of the modulators as kind of, we could modify events, and an event could be a pitch, but that would probably be like, I would consider that more of a left-handed approach use of the modulators for doing pitch, because we could utilize so many other things, including like the pattern editor. So if I wanted to come over, let's say if I have this and we want to add, if we add a track here with an instrument, so let's add an instrument track. We'll do like a Halion Sonic. Okay, and I probably should have just, when I add the instrument track, I'll come over here and make a pattern event. So now when we come over here, I'll just say, all right, so now we have this. I will go into, like, you know, the new pattern editor for the event. And if we want to kind of just change the octaves here, so let's say I want C3, D3, just change the pitch here. And I will just kind of change the rhythm on some of these. I'll just add a G3 note. Okay, so let's say I want 16th notes followed by, let's say, an 8th note. And I want the Fs to be quarter notes. So I could come over here if I wanted to program so if we wanted to just kind of play this, so, you know, we could now kind of just do, so you could kind of, you know, create musical patterns like that and have it, but, you know, the modulators I would think is more kind of changing the individual, you know, components that make up the sound. All right, so we see Michael Graybill checking in from Texas, Dallas. Thanks for being online with us today. Okay, Tiago asks, issue with hiding instrument/MIDI track. I have an instrument track with Halion Sonic and add 3 more MIDI tracks. They are disabled when I hide them. After opening mix console in separate window, they turn visible. All right. So let's say if we come over here, we add a Halion Sonic. So we'll start multi-timbral. All right, and now I want to add, let's say, a couple of MIDI tracks, and the MIDI tracks are going to start these on channel 2. We'll add 3. Okay, so we have kind of this sound, and then we have the glockenspiel in channel 2, let's say. And okay, so we have these. So you have an instrument track and 3 more MIDI tracks. They are disabled when I hide them. After opening the mix console in a separate window, they turn visible. All right, so let's say if we hide these particular tracks from our visibility. So say I go to my Halion Sonic, we hide these. And if we go to my full screen mix console here, and as we kind of probably scroll down, let's see if, so we see our MIDI out 1, 2, 3. So you may have to come over and just make sure that the sync, you'll see this little dot right here. So when we go to the mix console here, this should be automatically synchronized so we don't see the MIDI. But if you go into, like, you hit F3 to go into a separate mixer and you want these visibility settings to carry over, what you would do is, we'll say sync project and mix console. So now when I hit F3 to go into a separate window, those tracks, those MIDI tracks will be hidden right there. And if we choose to unsync that, so just make sure that this is actually synchronized, and you can do it from the mix console or right from this project. And that way your track and mix console, your track visibility is automatically set directly to be in sync when you go to the full screen mixer. The lower screen mixer is automatically in sync with that list. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, Millard Brown is suggesting this with Brian's question, like you could say, or send an output of your UR816 to an inexpensive Bluetooth adapter and beware of latency. Yes, that's another good approach. All right, BJ Music says, brilliant. Jake's from Kenya. Can you add a group channel to a folder track? So, you know, what you can do is there's a built-in macro. So let's say I want to take these tracks here and assign them to a folder and a group track. So if you go to edit to macros, you will see selected tracks to new folder and add group track. So once we do that, we can name our group and we'll call this drums. And now everything is placed into a folder, and the group track is within that folder. All of the tracks are routed to that particular group. So it's very easy to do that. It's not automatically done just because our folders can contain tracks that don't have audio. So, but if you wanted to kind of couple those together, again, go to your macro, come over and say, let's go to your macros to selected tracks to new folder and add group track. All right, so we see Kerwin Young just says, thanks for a shout out, Greg. So you deserve it. All right, Esteban Carlos Benson says, that was probably asked before, but when should we hear about Nuendo 14? Will that be spring of 2025? So I think it'll be before spring, but you know, look for it early in 2025. All right, so Patrick Emanuel A asks, how to creatively use Shaper, new modulation effects, some tips, you know, for the best way a pro uses it. All right, so let's say we want to do modulation just on this. Now, the Shaper allows you to actually just kind of draw in your own shape. So let's say I want to come here and I want to adjust. We'll go to our modulators. I'll just delete this and we'll start fresh. All right, so we'll go to our shaper. So if you wanted to, and you could kind of start off with the shape. So let's say I want this, the volume of this track to kind of go up and down. So I'm going to grab an insert effect. We'll go to tools. I'll just grab my volume control. So maybe I want this on the attack and at the end, but I want to leave space in the center for the voice or guitar part. But I want that kind of intensity going in and out of the part. So I'm going to just come right over here, and so we have our shaper. I'm going to click, I want to add this. Now we move that parameter. We can say, okay, I want this to be like every And if we had the musical note, we could see that when we have 1, that would be like every measure. And let's say I want that to be higher there. And let's say I want it to be like 2 measures. And I don't want it to go completely high. And let's come over here to part of the instrument. All right, so now I want to So now I could also come over here and just kind of put in different shapes. So let's say, okay, I want this to kind of start lower. And we could, you know, once we start working with this, we could just add additional nodes in. So if I wanted to, so if you want to start off something like that. And say, so all of your kind of different functions that you could adjust here. So say you want to adjust panning or whatever. So when you need to kind of draw in very complex envelopes, you could do that kind of just double clicking and adding in additional points. Double click, and you want that to be like a faster. And then if we bypass that modulator again, just unexciting whole notes. Now you can add kind of a rhythmic intensity. And if you wanted that to be less. So that's some of the creative uses that you could use for kind of the shaper. All right, wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Glad you can make it today. Okay, so you see Stefan Carlos Benson just says JavaScript and not Java. So you can see my ignorance on computer programming languages. All right, so we see from Y42, I'll ask, can you please show the different downmix options that are new in Cubase 14? So I don't think there's any like downmix options that are new that come to mind, but if we wanted to, so if we're in the control room, you know, we could, one of the things is, you know, we could easily kind of access more of your different downmix options. So if we right click, you could actually kind of reset up your different sections in the control room, but I think it's really the same. So we can go to our main area here. Let's say if I was listening to it in stereo, you want to listen to it in mono, and depending upon what channel configuration, so if you have like, you know, 714 for if you're doing Dolby Atmos type of functions, you could do that, but you could also just whatever is set up in the audio connections for the outputs, you could kind of have determined and switch between in the down mix. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding or if it's looking somewhere. We see Stefan Carlos Benson. It just says he programs in JavaScript, in case anyone has questions on that. All right, we see Jazz Dude post a link of Kerwin talking about Roy Haynes, who recently passed. All right, so Millard Brown says, I have a mix with a weird ringing conga that only really jumps out when the rest of the mix is live. Any way to tame it with EQ, compressor, shaper, or the like? So probably what I would do if you have like a weird frequency, this is a great use for kind of the, if you go into the EQ section and utilize the frequency EQ, because each band, so let's say you're like the congas are right around here. So we go to band 4 and then we could activate dynamics. And then once we kind of come over here and we could actually kind of see the full channel. But now what we could do is just say, okay, in this particular frequency range is when we want to activate the dynamics. So we could have your dynamic EQ. So it's only going to be doing compression within that particular frequency range. So, and then you could just adjust kind of the ratio up, and that way it's not necessarily changing the tonal characters, you know, it's just compressing those particular frequencies. So check out the frequency EQ and then activate dynamics. And if you want to switch to the dynamic settings right here, you could just click, but then each of the 8 bands becomes a dynamic EQ. All right, so we see Got Yours had some luck with Bluetooth on the headphones. All right. All right, so we see Michael Graybill is just saying that Cubase 14 is a super impressive update. And Catherine LeDuc is also saying Cubase does sound crisper on her system. All right, and we see George checking in from Germany. All right, Patrick Emmanuel A says, show some creative ways mod script's new modulation effect can be used, and what's the main reason we implemented mod script, how and why can they do? I haven't explored this fully yet. I was hoping to kind of dive into it over this weekend, but what this is going to allow you to do is, you know, basically a way using JavaScript I can learn. But at this point, you can utilize and create your own modulators. So that's really kind of the intention of it. So you might be able to kind of do some backward engineering. If we look over here and load up some of the presets, so if you wanted to invert functions, if you wanted to do linear quantizing, and if we want to look at the script, this is very, you know, to me, you know, this isn't my aspect of working with computers, but I'm sure Stefan Carlos Benson could show this, and I saw there was a YouTube video on this. So, but it's a way for users to create their own modulators is the intention. All right, so we see Larry B just says 1 week in Cubase Pro 14 and having a great time learning new features where we like to move of audio segment volume master to the bottom left and more audio discrete volume flexibility. That's great. All right, George just asked, can you briefly demonstrate mute automation? Okay, so let's say we're playing this particular event here. All right, and I want to automate parameters, so just come here. So when we go to look at our automation, we could see our mute automation right there. Another method of doing, automation now, what we could do with kind of like the range tool, and I think we just hit Command or Control M, or Alt Option M, that we can now mute just the particular range if you want to see it visually. So now with with the new range editing function in 14, we could, without having to split the event, we can mute a particular range. So we'll just come right here. So you could utilize that as well. So a lot of people in previous versions would then have to go split the range and then mute. But now what we could do is just select and just hit Option or Alt M, and then you can mute the selected range without having to split the event. So you could do it as traditional automation like mutes on a console, or do it as more of an editing environment right here with Alt or Option plus M. So another enhancement with Cubase 14. All right, so we see Marcus Strymon says, "Hey Greg, so coming back to how to motorize faders in Midi remote, I can't do it, and a fader port screen doesn't seem to work with the Midi remote." With the kind of launch of Cubase 14, I've had a lot of 70 to 80 hour weeks kind of getting ready for that, but I will take a look at it this weekend to see if I'll pull out an old motorized control surface and see if I get it working with the Midi remote. So sorry I haven't had a chance to do that. Just kind of busy with the Cubase 14 release, but I'll make a note to do it for Tuesday's live stream. All right, so we see Virtual Ann says, "Hi Greg, Alan from Scotland here with Cubase 14 and Windows with my new Mega Scan 3 XS Pro DAW. It's because of you. I treat it myself. Plus, I'm semi-retired. My wife is happy that I'm happy. Win-win. Congratulations on your new system. Sounds like you have a great marriage. Congratulations and enjoy your semi-retirement." Michael Teams wants everyone to whack the like button. All right, so we see Y42 asks, regarding MIDI mapping, can I somehow make the mod wheel only control the parameter when I have the selected certain track, or is it global and always on? All right, so let me just jump back to MIDI remote. So it depends on the definition. So let's say I have this set up, and I'm going to go into my MIDI mapping. So into the mapping assistant. Now, if we go to selected track, I could just say, I want this to do selected track, and we'll say volume. So I'll apply the mapping. So now when I'm on this particular track, my mod wheel will just automatically control the volume of that track. So we could, under the mapping assistant, if you go to selected track, so here you could say, okay, I want to go to selected track, and I want to go to the send slots, and I want send one level. So anytime a track is selected, that fader does send one level, or this fader does panning, this fader does volume. So this way it's based on this selected track, and you don't have to remap it or open up the parameters every time. So once again, go to the mapping assistant, and you could just double click and say, I want this, and we'll open up the functions browser and choose selected track, and then you could adjust parameters only on the selected track, and those parameters can be predefined for you. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we have a question. Hello, can I use complete control? So yes, you could obviously use that with Cubase. So I'm not sure if they have I think they've enhanced the particular integration maybe with their software. I'm not sure if they're utilizing the Midi remote system or not because I don't have one, but you could definitely use the complete control with Cubase. All right, so we have Freedom right now. It says, I heard that explode chords in the score menu is no longer in Cubase 14. How to proceed in this manner? So yeah, the explode chords function that was in the previous score editors isn't implemented. I haven't heard specifically if there's plans for that. There probably will be, but realize that this is the very first generation score editor and they're going to be building and adding functionality over time. But you could utilize different logical editor functions to do that as well. All right, so the next question from Evgen. Hello, Greg. Is it possible to replace audio events in an audio part? I would like to change all of my kicks. All right, so we'll show you this. Let's see if we have some one-shots in here. All right, so let's say I have this playing back. Okay, let me just turn my snap on here. Okay, so just duplicate this a couple times. All right, so let's say we want to replace like all the kicks that are on a track here. So let's say, all right, so what you'd have to do is, so let's say I'm auditioning different kicks. What I could do is drag it from the media bay while holding down the shift key. It'll ask you, do you want to replace all the events or only this one? So say all. So again, just hold down the shift key and drag it over an existing event. Say I like this one, drag it, and before you let go of the left mouse button, hold down the shift key, and then you can just come right over here. So drag it over top. Before you let go of the left mouse button, press and hold the shift key down, and it'll ask you if you want to replace all the kicks. So that will reference anytime that file is being used in the project, it will replace that file with the new sample. So we see from Marcus, Strymon, and Greg, how quick is the black valve compared to effect compressors? So I found it to be very fast. I think a lot of people have kind of migrated. I've seen a lot of friends just kind of migrate to utilizing the black valve. I'm not sure if there's a specific exact time, but there's a lot of people that this has become kind of their main compressor. So, but I don't think that there's an exact time indicator, but you could try it and see if it works, if it's fast enough for your needs. All right, great to see Daniela on. All right. We see Soren from Sweden says he's busy again tonight, and just pressing like, and we'll watch the replay later. All right, Ryan Elfman asks, are there plans to support clap? So I don't think so, because I don't really know of any. All the information I've seen hasn't really shown any functionality in clap that's not available in VST3. And probably if clap was so great, the companies that have invented it wouldn't still be using VST3 plugins. So. Okay, so we see Bratman Studios says 101 watching, only 10 hit the like button. Smash the like button. All right. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Scroll back and find where I was. Okay. Okay, so FlyV asks, says, question, I have some XY pads set up to move tracks up and down. Is there any way to bypass them when I want to use the pads? So if it is part of a MIDI script, like a MIDI remote script, what you could do is you say, okay, we go to this MIDI controller, go to the script, and then you could choose to disable the script and choose, and then it will just work as normal XY. It'll basically, when a script is disabled, it will, just not utilize the MIDI messages for the MIDI remote that was set up, and it's just going to utilize. So if you want to just treat that like normal MIDI data, just go to the scripts and choose to disable the controller script, and you could re-enable it when you wanted to move tracks back up and down. All right, so Luis Santos Mitchell, hi Greg, how to add presets to favorites on Halion? So if you're in Halion Sonic, you're like, oh, I really like this particular preset, what I would do is, like, when you go into like the presets, so say, okay, I really, I find that I like this particular preset. When you go to load presets, or let's say we'll come over here, what you can do is, let's say we come here, let's say we want to give it a favorite. So you'll see like these star ratings, and you could just say, okay, I really like this cello sound, so I want to give it 4 or 5 stars. And then you could actually search by the number of stars. So you can say, I want to see all my 3-star, I want to see all my 4-star or 5-star programs. So once you have kind of like a favorite sound that you like, just come over here and within the media bay, just give it additional stars. And then you could say, I want to find my, my 1-star sounds or sounds I don't like. 2, maybe 3, default, standard, generic. 4, I like. 5 is my go-to sound. And then you could just choose at what level of the stars that you want to see. Tim Weinheimer is wondering where the virtual ice cream is. All right, so we see DaVinci Girl says, why not implement the MuseScore format? It happens to be a reason for upgrade, 2 million scores, or an argument in community too. So, you could say, why doesn't MuseScore implement Cubase or Dorico functions? So there's lots of Dorco users, more Cubase users than MuseScore. So, and maybe it's not available as a format for development. So. All right, so we see Razel Zamini says, "Hi Greg, how to load a drum machine preset that I made myself? It only shows the preset that comes with Cubase 14 Pro." So, all right, so let's say I made a preset in the drum machine. All right, so we'll come here. I'll just all right, we'll just do. All right, so I want to save a preset here. So I'm just going to click, we'll say save track preset. I will call it Razel. All right, so now when I want to load up this preset, I will take this drum machine here, and I'm going to remove the track so we don't have it. I will go over to my media. We'll jump home. We'll go to user presets, track presets, drum machine. We'll see Razel, double click, and now our preset is automatically loaded. So again, just come to user presets, track presets, and then you have a drum section, and then your user created drum machine preset will be right there for you. All right, so we see is pattern editor with scale mode possible? So currently it's not really set up for scale modes. You know, I know there's been some discussion, and it might be, you know, maybe the next version of the pattern editor would have score and different scale mode set up, but currently it's not set for that, but you could manually set it up, but it's not an automatic scale mode within the pattern editor. I think that they're thinking along the same lines. I mentioned it in early testing, and they're like, you know, first they want to make sure it's great for drums and then probably expand it from there. All right, so we see Virtual Alan asks, "Hi Greg, when I was using a piano on pattern mode today, when I deleted the pattern, it changed back to the Midi event. It was still playing the pattern." So if I come, and I won't do it necessarily for a piano, but let's say if I go to the pattern editor here, so we'll say, okay, and I want, let's say I'm programming a pattern here. So let's say we'll just come here and all right, so when I drag, so the intention is that when we play, regardless of where we're at, that the pattern is always going to play in sync. So I stop, and we can see that when we drag this pattern out to our project window, that now the pattern player won't automatically, it'll play exactly where it was. So if I delete this, and if we watch this, I think it's this little icon here, it will automatically go back to this pattern sequencer playing in sync. But I think if we just stop, and if you click right here in this little speaker icon, that way it won't play back with the project. So once it's dragged in, this automatically disables this sequencer from playing in sync. But once deleted, that automatically goes back to this sequencer playing in sync. And if you want to turn that off, just simply click on the speaker icon right there. All right, so we see Michael Teams has begun the virtual ice cream distribution with 1 gallon of purple cow ice cream to Uno Memento. All right, we have plug-in mix, just Gabby checking in from Ghana, or Gaby. Thanks for joining us. So wonderful to see Mark Rabin from Montana in the United States on. Everyone give a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog, Stella. All right, Virtual Alan asks, why are we limited to so few characters on the comments? I'm trying to say things for the benefit of the community, but it gets limited. So it's just, I think the just how YouTube live stream comments are set up by YouTube to be 200 characters. So maybe if you could split it out to multiple threads, or if you have a particular question that's longer, you could always email to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so we see Jeff just says, hey, Greg, I think you mentioned that the pattern editor can be used as an arpeggiator. To clarify, does that mean that it can accept MIDI input to transpose the pattern? So it's not really accepting MIDI input, but if you want it to take, like if we have a pattern here that we really liked, we could drag it to the desktop. I could, at this point, so it's not really accepted to react from incoming MIDI, but it can play an arpeggiated pattern. But I could now convert this to MIDI. We'll go to our MIDI inserts. I could open up like Apache SX, and I could drag that particular pattern. And now we could take the basis of this pattern and use that as the basis for an arpeggiator using the Apache SX. But the pattern editor is designed to kind of compose patterns and beats, not really react in MIDI, in real-time MIDI. But so in essence, it could be an arpeggiator, but it's not really designed to musically reflect to react to incoming MIDI data. I'm sorry for confusion that I may have created with that. All right, so you see Y42 says, regarding IC Pro, everything worked. Now I'm lying on my bed controlling Cubase, and he loves it. So try to make your existence lazy so you don't even have to get out of bed. So, all right, so we see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Just says, hello, fellow humanoids. Thanks to everyone that makes this live stream fly. So. And Kerwin Young has received 1 gallon of peach ice cream, which is always good if you live in Atlanta. Very geographically appropriate, Michael Teams. So wonderful to see Nick from Essex in the UK. All right, so we see I would love macro functionality to move selected track to an existing folder. I'll just see if I could come up with something quickly. If not, I could work on it. So I'll just do a new project here quickly. Okay, so let me just add some tracks. Okay, so it looks like, so if I have this track, All right, so there's some new functionality that was introduced. Let's see if we can try this with the Project Logical Editor. Okay, so if it's right above the all right, so if it's right above, new functions would allow us to take this audio event and move it down and place that into the folder. So there is new functionality, like when we go to move track, move selected tracks, if we say move to next available position, we could say that and that would automatically place that within the folder. So if it is outside, so let's say I take this audio 1, so let's see if we can, so if I have the folder selected and the track, so let's say I have folder 1, folder 2. Okay, so let's see if we could do this. So if I have, let's come over to my macros, my key commands. All right. So let's go to channel and track visibility. Okay, let's add that command. Okay, so let's say I have this track selected and this track. All right. Let me add this command here. Okay, so I'm going to add audio track here. Okay, so now I have my audio track selected and this folder selected. Let me just, okay. And let's see if we could do a move. Selected track to previous. Okay, let's add that command. All right, so let's say we have these two selected, and I'm going to just now let's see if this is open. Let me try that. I'll see if I can work on it, but there is kind of a new functionality for moving, but I'll see if I could get a macro sorted out over the weekend. Sorry about that, Jeff. Okay, Michael Team says, whack the like button. Keep Greg coming into our studios and performing this great service to the community. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so we see Tiago says, prior question, no help. Visibility and project window issue. Instrument/MIDI tracks are in a folder but disabled and hidden. When open, closed, mix console, they appear visible again using Cubase 14 Pro. Okay, so let's jump back to... Okay, don't have that saved, so let me just do a new project here. All right, so let's say we have three instrument tracks. Let me just put so we can disable something. Okay, so says instrument MIDI tracks are in a folder. But disabled and hidden. Okay, so now we look at our mix console here. Let's disable these. All right, and let's get to the visibility. We can see that the disabled tracks are hidden by default here, but disabled and hidden when open, closed, mix console, they appear visible again. So let's say I go to the mix console here. So I'll add some audio tracks. So we see the audio tracks, and now if I select, and we see the same results here, and let's see if it's because maybe we have I'll sync it to another one. So, and I will disable, let's say I will enable these here. Now they show up. So let's go to the mix console. They show up here. Let's disable the tracks. Now they're hidden from the mix console. All right, so just, okay, so instrument MIDI tracks are in a folder but disabled and hidden. When open/close mix console, they appear visible again. So it looks like, let me know if I'm misunderstanding, but it looks like they're hidden as soon as they are disabled. So I go to the mix console here. We'll go to mix console 2. See if that makes a difference. They're disabled there. Let's go to mix console 3. Disabled. Mix console 4. So it looks like that's kind of functioning as expected, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Tiago. All right, so we have Forward Thinking checking in from Wales. Thanks for joining us. See, Watch Addicts 12 says, Greg knows every answer to every conceivable question that could be asked. Imagine what it'd be like to be Greg. So it's probably not that interesting, but I probably missed lots of questions. Okay, so we see Val, just a clarification, it says, sorry, meant the downmix options with the Dolby Atmos renderer. There are 2 new ones. I don't get the difference. So I haven't had a chance to kind of dive into this yet. But let's say if we were doing our project and we have this set up. So I think that there's a true stereo and also like a 714 mode. So we'll come over here to the ADM authoring. We'll go to our setup assistant. So I think that this might be like the true stereo option here. I would think that, that is, when we see it, so let's come over here, we'll create this. Let me just make sure my buffer size is right. I'm at the right sample rate. Yeah, sample rate's okay, so let's get to buffer. Yeah. All right, so maybe it's here in the downmix options. Yeah, so you have, stereo and stereo direct. So I think that that's going to maybe allow you, and I haven't tested this yet, to just, maybe treat this with more with, instead of binaurally through headphones, stereo and stereo direct. So I will see if I can get that sorted out for the next live stream, but I haven't had a chance to really dive into that function yet. But I think that those are the ones that Val is asking about. All right, artist known as Love wants people to hit the like button. Okay, so we see from InDrop says, is it possible to create a macro to do the chord strums? I know you can use the trim tool, but I would like to apply the strum to multiple chords simultaneously over many bars. So there might be a way utilizing the project logical editor. Let's see if we can just do new project here or jump back. So if we there's probably a couple of different approaches. So one, maybe to just, let's say if we wanted to apply kind of like a guitar strum where each note is kind of started here. What we could probably do is, I'll just duplicate this event here. So let's say I have this event as a strum. I'm going to save it as a preset. So I'm going to take this particular part and open up let's say the Apache SX. I could drag this event here. And now that I have the Apache SX on, what I could do if I did this right is maybe just come here to the freeze Midi modifiers, and then we could just kind of do the strums like that. So once we have kind of the events, let me just get this inside of. So let's say this is my strum that I want. I'll just quantize that. Okay, so I have this as my strum, and we want to take this pattern, and I will drag it to the Apache SX. We look at this. That's going to be loaded as the Midi insert, and then I could just come right over here and do the freeze Midi modifiers, and we could just take that particular strum and apply it. So that could be a quick way of doing it if you wanted to do that, so it's not necessarily a macro. See Gareth on from Bilbao, Spain, who's loving Cubase 14. And just says, thanks for all your help with the upgrades, Sir Greg. So happy to help. Always wonderful to have you on the live stream. Hope you're well. All right, we have Edward James checking in from Akron, Ohio. Tim Weinheimer asks, Greg, can you demonstrate slip editing and new audio in the range tool? Okay, so let's say we have a range of audio here selected. So I'm going to grab the range tool. And now I could hold down the Control Command key plus the Alt Option key. And what we're going to do is, without having to split the event again, just slip the audio within a range. So we're taking kind of the parts that were coming in after, moving it, and we could just kind of slip the event. So I don't have to cut. I could just come here and slip the event. It's still, so that way it just kind of automates that process. Just kind of select a range and then just immediately start slipping and moving the contents of the waveform within that particular range. See, Gareth says he's also very happy with his URRT4, great interface. Yeah, so the I think the transformers on that, if you look at the new Rupert Neve like they have an 8-channel Dante mic pre that everyone's raving about it, and it's the same transformers that are in the URRT4 that are in the other Dante Rupert Neve Designs mic pre. So it's, you get your money's worth. All right, InDrop asks, is it possible to generate random MIDI notes within a certain range, 16th notes from C3 to C5, for instance? They could be used with the sample track slice function to create unique sample patterns. Okay, so I'll start with the drum loop that we will slice up here. I'll just start fresh. Okay, so we have this and we want to kind of create random slices. So I'm going to go into the sampler track, or I'll just come right over here and create a sampler track. We will go to our slices, turn it on, and so we're going to do this. And once we have created the slices, I could just grab this and drag it into the project window. So when we play this back, we see MIDI notes here, and we just drag it to dragged it early. Let's say I'll drag this to bar 2. Okay, so now when we play this back, we're going to play back, let's say, our sampler track. So if we want to kind of randomize these pitches, so it's going to start at C3, let's say C3 to D3. So I could just take these particular pitches. Let's go into our logical editor. And we want to transform, type is equal, we'll start from blank, type is equal to note, and we're going to say that the subtype, which will be our pitch, and we'll say is equal to C3, or is inside the range, I'm sorry, C3 through, we say B3, okay? And what we want to do to those notes is we're going to take the pitch, and we'll say subtype here, and we want to randomize, or I guess we actually don't even have to do this, so let's say, so we're going to take the notes and randomize the pitch, and we'll set it between values of C3 okay, we're going to set the random values between C3 and B3. Okay, so as we play, we will just come back here. So we could now just come up with, so we're taking the slice drum loop here from the sampler control, dragged it to our instrument track, and now every time we play back, we could randomize those slices. Until you find something clever that you like. So you could try that as well. Okay, so we see Greg, why, from Patrick Emmanuel A. Greg, why can't we copy patterns to new track, like MIDI parts? So let's say if we have a pattern, I'll just come over here, let's get to drum machine. We'll make a pattern event. Okay, so I'll go to the editor. I'll just jump back to the drum machine here and we'll load up a quick preset. Okay, so we have different sounds. Okay, and so I'll go back to my pattern editor and let's just roll the dice. So I'll slow down the tempo here. All right, so what I'm going to do is drag this to a pattern, and so I drag that to a track that is set for patterns. So I'll come and we could copy that like so. If we add a instrument, let's say we add a MIDI track here, and we make it a MIDI part. Let's see what happens. We drag this out to our MIDI part. So this is the one that we just made, our MIDI, and we drag it out. So since it's a MIDI part, what you'd have to do is when you make a MIDI part, so let's say we add a MIDI track, we would just choose to make this, instead of a MIDI part, a pattern. So this is our pattern, and we should be able to drag this pattern out. Let's see if it's going to make sure I did that right. So let's say an instrument track, and we want to make a pattern event. Okay, so now I could drag, let's see if this pattern will drag out to, well, it looks like it might only drag to the particular pattern, but again, what you can do, since it may be just tied directly to that track, is just convert pattern to MIDI part and then just drag that down just like so. So once you click into patterns, just convert it to a MIDI part and then you can copy it anywhere that you want. So it looks like that pattern is going to be kind of intrinsically tied to that particular track. So just convert it, and you could undo if you make a mistake. Just convert the pattern event to a MIDI part. Let's see, Apologia just says Cubase Pro is the best. All right, so we see, hi Greg, are rack instruments now obsolete? Can everything be done the same on track instruments, for example, multiple outputs on Contact or Superior Drummer for kick, snare, toms, overheads, etc.? So all those functions are available to use in instrument tracks. So, some of the original, things that were designed to make it easier, that's going to be just a stereo out, that's going to be mono timbral, that's only going to output on one MIDI channel. Those restrictions are no longer applied to instrument tracks. So I wouldn't say that the instrument racks are obsolete. There's a lot of people, I think, if you're utilizing VE Pro, that instrument tracks work better for that particular workflow, or like instrument racks work better with VE Pro as opposed to instrument tracks. But for the reasons you listed, you don't have to use instrument racks for. All right. Okay. You see Henrik Johansson checking in from Sweden. Thanks for joining us. All right. All right, Best Screen Jesus says can't wait to get Cubase 14 when it goes on sale. All right, I'm clearing my throat real quick. All right, Ali Mac says that's a tip-top tip, Greg. So wish I remember what it was. It's about 48 minutes ago. All right, so we see Monokino just asking Cubase 13, I adjusted the volume directly on audio events. Now it seems I have to zoom in to the left corner to use the volume fader. Can I adjust the volume from the top an event like in Cubase 13? So it has moved. There's a lot of people that would keep missing it from the tops of the events, people coming from other programs. We wanted to make them feel nice and at home inside of Cubase. So I don't think you really have to zoom. You just kind of go for the lower left-hand corner. You could also just, as you select, you'll see your volume control that could be adjusted right here. If we have the pencil tool selected, you can, just grab the line, click once and grab the line and move it up and down. So if you want that to be in the center, you could just, so if we're here, you could just go to the center axis and move it up or down and keep just kind of a static volume control. But I think it's pretty easy just to immediately, just go right to the lower left-hand corner. It's a pretty big area to grab. So you're not going just straight there. I don't think you really have to zoom in. But again, just if you select the pencil tool, and just, grab a volume node initially. So let's say our initial value is here. Grab the pencil tool in the center of the event. A lot of people were confused that if you were at the top already, and they didn't think that they could add gain because the value was at the visual top of the event. So a lot of people were confused by that. So now it's just, pretty easy just to kind of grab a bigger area here and make the adjustments. I know it's an adjustment when you're first doing it, but I think after, a couple days or a week that you get used to it and that it works really well. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Okay, so I think I'm back in the area. All right, so we see got your, just says, yeah, I learned a lot of new features that replace samples on a track is a huge time saver. You could do the old way of replacing it one by one if you're getting paid by the hour. So. Okay, so FlyV asks, also have a device that has different channels, A, B, C, D, with knobs for high, mid, and low frequencies and volume, each of them. How should I set these up in a MIDI remote mapping assistant? So usually when it's, you have channels of 1 through 16. And then some devices like, if you have Halion, that will do 64 MIDI channels. You have like bank A 1 through 16, bank B 1 through 16, bank C 1 through 16, bank D 1 through 16. When we're utilizing the MIDI remote and we're setting up a MIDI remote, so as we go to like our new device here, everything's going to be handled on one particular MIDI port. So you may have to make more. You may have to make a separate MIDI port, a separate MIDI remote device if the controls are spread onto different MIDI ports. It doesn't matter what MIDI channel it's on, but when you say A, B, C, D, it kind of leads me to think that it's going to be more of 4 ports of 16 MIDI channels, and the MIDI remote is going to, each device can only work with within one MIDI port. So, there's enough bandwidth for remote control stuff to have that. So, but check to see if it's actually on different ports or different MIDI channels. All right, Michael Modern asks, says, can I volume normalize multiple tracks together, select them, and normalize all Cubase 14? So yeah, I think it's just going to be like a quick normalize function. So let's say, sorry, I'll turn that down to kill. All right. So let's say if I have all of these events on different tracks, let's say different times or different tracks, as long as they're all selected, I can go to my audio menu and we'll see processes, normalize, and I can say I want these all to be at, let's say minus 12 dB, and we'll just hit the auto apply, and now we'll undo that, redo it. So once again, go to your audio menu, to processes, to normalize, and you can normalize either in dB or in loudness units. So again, we'll just come over here, we'll close this window and just say audio processes, normalize, set the value, and then that will automatically normalize all the selected files for you. And it could be on different tracks, doesn't matter as long as they're selected. All right, the artist known as Love. What is the best way to take out plugins from Media Bay, and how to put favorites in Media Bay? Thanks. All right, so if I was to take plugins out, I wouldn't necessarily, like if you want to just hide the plugins, like, oh, you know, Black Friday is coming, so you may get like, you know, 100 plugins for $100 and you like 3 of them. But, you know, all of them are installed. So if you go to your VST plugin manager, what you could do is come over here, and we can see now that you could have VST modulators. That's a hint of things to come. But we could come over and say, okay, I want this particular effect. And then I think that we could choose to hide particular plugins if you wanted to. So let's say, there is a hide function. So what you could do is just come over here and hide the plugins from the VST plugin manager. If you have favorites as like presets in Media Bay, what I would do, just like we showed earlier with, you know, let's say, okay, I want to come over here to like these loops or like these presets. I will just come over here, clear the filters. And let's say I really like this one. I would just say, okay, I want to find my 5-star sounds. And here we could just click in all ratings and say, okay, show me my 5-star sounds. And that would be like, as you use a particular sound and you like it, just give it ratings. And then you could quickly come back and find your favorite sounds. And you could do that in the lower zone or the right zone. And that way you could easily find, you know, everything that's a 3-star, 4-star sound. And if it's a particular folder that you like let's say these are my go-to kick drum samples, this folder is my go-to samples for snares. What you could do is just navigate in your file browser, and you could just say, okay, when I come over here, go to this computer, documents, and we'll say projects. And I really like this particular folder, right click, and then you can, on the folder itself, you could add favorites. So you could immediately come over, and when you go home, say you go to your favorites folder, and here's my drum one-shots folder. So you can navigate quickly. So you can kind of you can, in the VST plugin manager, hide the particular plugins that you don't want to see. So select it, click on hide, then it's not going to show up in the list. If you wanted to, in Media Bay, set the particular favorites of different stuff, use the star system so that you could find everything will default to 3 stars, and then you could add 4 or 5 stars as needed. And if you wanted particular folders to be saved, you know, just within the file browser, right click and add it as a favorite, and then it's immediately accessible in your favorites folders that can be quickly accessed right there. Okay. Okay, so we see Ali Mac. Greg, as someone else mentioned, could you cover some slip editing, please? Okay, so the slip editing, as we showed just a little while ago, is when you hold down the Alt option plus the Command Control key. So what that's going to allow you to do, if you have an event that's shorter than its length, we can now take this particular event and slip it. So if, and this is a good way, I remember working with kind of legendary producer Phil Ramone, and he had a timpani player that came in late on a project, and he's like, how could I fix this? I'm like, okay, just grab the event and just slip it so that the attack of the timpani will be right where you expect it to be. And so that will allow you, so if you are working with an event and it is already kind of the full size, you may notice that there's nothing to slip because the contents are the same size as the particular event. If I cut this, so the file is longer than the particular event, then I could hold down my Alt option or Command plus Command Control, depending on your platform, and then you're able to just kind of slip the contents to move it earlier or later within the same time frame of the event. All right. I see Gareth just mentioning for anyone who uses the basic FX suite that comes with like the UR and AXR 4 consoles. Now the plugins are utilizing the Steinberg licensing. So that update came on Tuesday. So we just had a question about that about 2 weeks ago. So I was able to email the customer who asked that directly for the live stream. All right, George asks, if your true stereo impulse responses are only available as separate mono files, you can use the export audio mixdown function and create Reverence compliant interleaved files. Reverence can only process true stereo impulse response files with the following channel configuration, exactly this order: LL, left, right, right, left, right, right. How do you convert these four files into true stereo? Would you mind demonstrating that briefly, because I'm confused and have channel IR here that I want to try it with. So first, see if, so let's say I have this file here, and this is currently this is a stereo interleaved file. Okay. So I'm going to go to my project, and we're going to convert the tracks, and we'll say multi-channel to mono. Okay. So right now I have, let's say I erase this particular event, and this is my impulse response. And because some older DAWs couldn't record stereo, everything was treated as dual mono files. So if I want to take these dual mono files and convert to stereo, what we could do, and I'll just set up a quick, we'll come over here and say, so go to your project menu again to convert tracks, and now we can say we want, and again, this is going to be based on the track, so make sure you don't have necessarily the event selected here. Let me just get rid of these so they're not as confusing. Okay, so let's say this is our left and right. So if we want to now come over and we go to project and we want to convert the tracks, and we'll say, okay, we want to go mono to multi-channel. Okay, and now We'll come right over there, and now this could be loaded as your impulse. Now where you have left, 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 right, right, left, right, that's if you're doing like a 4-channel surround, and it would be the same process if you're doing kind of a 4-channel surround. So let's say if I convert this to multi-channel to mono, all right, and I get rid of this track, or we'll move that track up. So now if I have these tracks selected, we can, if you're doing like a surround impulse, we could just say, okay, mono to multi-channel, and we want to make this into like a quad. So I think if we come over, say to quadraphonic, I think that this would work. And now we have kind of a surround impulse that could be loaded into Reverence. All right, everyone say hello to Gareth's daughter Lola, who's enjoying Michael Team's ice cream. All right, Thomas asks, when you install Cubase for the first time on a new formatted computer, how much can you store externally to save space locally? So I think if we go to our Steinberg download assistant, I think it's under a gigabyte. So I think it's like 800 megs. So we'll come over here to our download assistant. Get this open. All right, and we see Henrik Johansson says, still remember using Cubase 1.0 on Atari back in the 90s. Cubase still rolls. All right, so I'll skip the update process. Yeah, you beat me. I started on Cubase 2. All right, so when we look at, so we'll go to Cubase 14. So we can see that the program itself is 970 megabytes. All of this other content can be installed to other locations like an external drive. So not much is really needed for as comprehensive as Cubase is. All right, so Razel says, is it true that Cubase 14 is the last update for Windows 10? Thanks. So I don't think anything has been announced with that, but, there could be a Windows 12 out by the time the next generation of Cubase comes or whatever Microsoft is up to. But generally, like the Windows operating systems are more forgiving for backward compatibility. I'm still running Windows 10 on my studio computer and don't really have any plans to update. But nothing is been officially announced along those lines. Okay, so Michael Modern says, with the pattern editor, can I set a new default velocity? I don't think that there's a setting for it. So I know in the drum editor and the MIDI key editor, you could do different velocities, default velocities, but I don't think there's a default setting for the pattern editor as we enter in. I think it's just going to be set to 127. I don't think it's user adjustable, or I haven't found any way that it is. So I don't think so. All right, so we see Tim K giving a big woof woof to Stella, Mark Raven's dog. All right, so we see from Kuthka says, is it possible that it does that? So maybe I'm missing context of that. All right, so we see from DaVinci Girl, Greg, can you show please in Cubase 12 how you set up a double track guitar and how your suggestion sounds from a double track stereo guitar and double guitar, this example port to Dolby Atmos 9.16, and how you place the guitars with additional lead guitar in a room. I asked for a sonic example to do more mixing and mastering. Question yours personal approach. Okay, so let me see if I may not have a stereo guitar part, but let's come over to let me see if this is at 48K. Okay, so let's say all right. All right, so say all right, so say we have the solo here. So let's take let's convert this project. All right, so we'll come over, let's get to our ADM authoring. Go to our setup assistant. So we'll do our bed. So, you know, the highest that we could go within the render for Dolby Atmos, and this is kind of what Dolby recommends, is 714. So, so we'll come over, and I'll just put this to binaural so that we could hear the changes. So let's say I want my rhythm guitar. So say maybe I want this in the center. Let's go to the other rhythm guitar. All right, so let's say if we have both of these playing at once. So we'll just kind of spread these out kind of in the center. And let's go to the guitar solo track. So maybe I want this. And let's say maybe as it's playing here. And if you wanted to spin the lead guitar around, or make it sound like it's high to low. So we listen with headphones. And if we wanted to listen to that in context of the mix, so if we come over here. So say I want the guitar high. could just spin around to your taste. So you could kind of move the guitar parts, you know, it's, I think, you know, if you just kind of did like a helicopter spin, that could be annoying to the listener. But I remember talking with Elliot Shiner, who's probably one of the finest surround mixers, and he's like, you got to throw one in per surround mixer. People think that they're not listening to surround. So, but, you know, any approach could work with doing your guitar stuff in Atmos. So. All right, so we see Xerix M says, hi Greg, does Cubase 14 support pinch to zoom on MacBook, or do I need a pinch bar app? Also, am I able to run VST X64 plugins on M1 silicon modes such as Camel Fat, Camel Crusher, Saturator? So I just saw on Facebook that someone mentioned that there is a free little pinch bar utility that you could use for MacBooks with Cubase. And we see, so anything that's a VST, if you want to run a 64-bit VST plugin in M1 Silicon modes, it would need to be VST3. So I'm not sure if Camel Fat, Camel Crusher, Saturator are VST3, but that's just kind of how the to be optimized and to be run native on to run native on Apple Silicon, it needs to be a VST3 plugin. So not just 64-bit, it needs to be a VST3 plugin. So if those are VST3, then you could run those. It's DaVinci Girl. It just says, I'm allowed to include yours approach to my guitar tutorials, scholarship tutorials, just to provide different ideas. I just think that it makes such a big difference and advantage to use this effect, not as fake effect. So, you know, you could definitely use whatever I want. And if you have like a guitar part that you want to share with me, I'm happy to kind of like how I would maybe approach a mix in Atmos for that. You know, every song I think presents kind of unique and fresh challenges and approaches. All right, so we see from Flyv says, thanks for all the info again, Greg. So you're welcome. Thanks for being on the live stream. All right, Mohammed Waleed asks, hello, how are things? Things are well here. Is there a way or tool to view the chords at the same time when playing? Here, I'm not talking about the chord track feature. So, you know, I mean, if you want to, you know, see what the chords are of a track, so let's say we'll just go to new project here. All right, so let's say we are in an event here. I know it's kind of small, but let's say while we're recording in, we can see the chord just listed right here. I know it's small. So if you just look kind of right here, the current chords as they're played in will show you right there. So that's where you can see it. See, you know, Memento saying he had an Atari Mega S2 with Cubase 1.1. So yeah, I had a Mega ST4, 4 megabytes of RAM. Dare to dream. All right, so Jeff Barheit says, Greg, thanks for tackling a question about moving a track to an existing folder. So Yeah, I'll see if I could work on a macro for that. All right, so we see, is there a plugin like Gross Beat in Cubase? So I'm not sure, it's from Rebel, I'm not sure what Gross Beat is, but if you, maybe someone else could share information, we could see, there's the beat designer and obviously new pattern editor, but I'm not familiar with what Gross Beat is or Gross Beat. All right, Johnny Turner asks, hi Greg, is there a way to create a key command to create key commands for mix console presets? If not, it would be very useful. So I'm not sure if it's like hiding like mix console channels. So like if we're here and I'm in this particular project, we could say, okay, let me open up, let's say our mix console here, and I only want to see, let's say, drums. I'll just revert this back to stereo. Remove that one old plugin. All right, so if we're in our mix console here and I only want to see guitars and bass, for instance, or just drums. So what we could do is I'm going to select just my drums here. Let's see if I need to select anymore. Okay, so let's say, and I'll add the drum bus. Okay, so once we're here, let's say if I go to like the full screen mixer, we could save configurations. So we could add a configuration and say, okay, this is configuration 1. Or let me just come over. All right, let's say we have no tracks and I just want to see my drums. So we'll update that configuration. Now I just want to see guitars. We'll call this 2. And let's say all my Vox. Again, click here, add configuration 3. Sorry, did the wrong thing. And you could obviously name them. So let's come over to your key commands. All right, let's see if it's under channel. Let me just see if it's visibility configuration 1, 2, 3. Let me see if I can just map it with the MIDI remote. All right, so let's see if this works. Yep, so just a visibility configuration. So there's my drums, my guitars, my vocals. So they're just, once we save the configuration in the mix console, all we have to do then is go to the channel and visibility configuration, and then we could recall those. So you'll see under channel and mixer, channel and track visibility, visibility configuration 1, 2, 3, like that. So let me know if I misunderstood. All right, so we see Jazz Dude's kind enough. So grow speed is a real-time audio stream playback, pitch, position, and volume manipulation effect. All right. I will see if I could look it up and see and kind of see what it does. So I'm not sure if it's just like, doing, if you're adjusting pitch, or if it's really just, I mean, you could use modulators for doing a lot of that stuff, but I'll do some research on it. Yeah, and Jazz Dude just says sounds like FX modulator. So if you want to do, we'll show FX modulator. It's probably good for that. So we'll show a little bit of that. All right, let me I'll just get a different loop, so I'll use that. I guess that could work. So, all right, let's come over here. So we'll just kind of play this, and let's come over to our FX modulator. All right, so let's come over here. All right, so let's say I wanted to do pitch shifting. So we could come over and we could have kind of different. And let's say we want to adjust the volume. So let's make it a little more interesting volume-wise and say. And let's add a filter, time shifter. You want to add reverb. That. So all these different elements, you could have, different modules that could be. So you could do all sorts of fun stuff with the FX modulator. So if you want to have like a lot of creative possibilities with that. Okay, so we see Tiago just says clarification, says, yes, I just want tracks that I do not want to see remain hidden always. But I'm going to open and close the mix console to keep showing up in the project window regardless of the visibility tick. So it seemed like mine were automatically hidden once they were visible. So I'll just try it again here. Let's add. All right, let's say these three are disabled. All right, and let's say that we get to the visibility and those are hidden. All right, so now when I go to my mix console, they're still hidden. They're still hidden on the track. And I go to the mix console, the lower zone. They're hidden there. I go to my second mix console. They're still hidden. So it looks like it's kind of doing to me like what you're wanting it to do. But let me know if I'm still doing it differently than you are, Tiago. All right, so we see from Catherine who asks, "Hi Greg, is there a way to print/export a summary of assigned keyboard shortcuts?" So when we go into the key commands area, I'm not sure if it's printable, but we could see which ones are assigned right here. I don't think that there's like an export to text. You could do, I guess, a screenshot of it. So let's come over here and hide the macros. So if you wanted to do a screenshot of the assigned, and you could see which ones have been customized and which ones are unassigned just by clicking here. But there isn't, I think you would have to maybe export a graphics file, but I'm sure you could do simple OCR, kind of optical character recognition, and turn it into a document. But you could see it, all the assigned keyboard shortcuts there. But I think Jazz Dude may have a list of keyboard shortcuts that he's shared before. All right, wonderful to see Randy from ProWash DFW on from Dallas. See, Gareth is saying the Rupert Neve design transforms in your RT4 make a big difference. They have a lot more definition, so yeah. All right, Mel James asks, when a MIDI chord or note keeps playing after the bar, how do you stop it? So if we have a MIDI event, so let's say if we come here and we have something that is like, so say we have a one event bar, but the events are playing beyond the boundary. So sometimes you may have like, you know, something kind of along the lines of this. One of the things that you could do is, and there's a preference. So if I cut this event, we notice that with a preference, if we go to preferences, I think it's under editing MIDI, that you can split MIDI events split MIDI notes when the MIDI event is split. So with that preference enabled, when I split kind of the tail end, we can just come over here, and as the notes are split, so say if I split the event, then those notes are split to match the edit point. So if we erase that, so even if, like, let's say this event was this long, but the events were still, you could extend this out, cut on the grid, and delete that event. Then the notes that are hanging over will be erased that are beyond where the cut was. But that's contingent. That behavior depends upon if editing MIDI preference, split MIDI events, is turned on. So let me know if that's helpful. Okay. Okay, Brian Evans asks, is there a way to start the seconds in a ruler track at bar 1 when there are a couple bars preceding bar 1 so I could get an accurate reading of how long a track lasts? Okay, so I'll just open up a quick project here so we'll get an idea. Okay, so there's a couple ways. So let's say we have this, one way to do this quickly is, let's say we're in bars and beats. If I switch my master time to seconds, and then if I select all of the events and hit the letter P, we could actually see the length here in seconds in the info bar. So if I switch this to my master time by right-clicking, if I switch it to bars and beats, and I select an event, like that's the length of the project, we could see the length in bars and beats. If I switch this to seconds, we can see that this is going to be 3 minutes, 26 seconds, 3 minutes, 26.942 seconds long. So roughly 327. So, and that is kind of regardless if, let's say if we have a 2-bar offset and we'll keep the events. So when we look at this, we see, okay, we have 2 bars ahead. So we have a -1 bar, a 0 bar. If we just, and again, you could select all the events, switch your master time here to seconds, and we could see that just for, an event that's the length. So as soon as we adjust that, we can see, and we could just see the length indicated right there. So switch that to seconds, and then just by selecting a particular event, you could see the length right there to see how long a track is. Okay. Okay, so Grays asks, hi, I'm John from the Netherlands. I have a question for quite a long time now. I'm making podcasts, and I want to know if it's possible to watch my project at the same time in time and bars. All right, so if you could have a primary and secondary time display. So we see our primary time here in the transport, and we'll see 3 dots right there. So I'm going to extend this over and choose to see my secondary time display in seconds. Now we could also have a ruler track. So if I want to add a ruler track, I could say, okay, my primary time is set to bars and beats. I want to add another ruler track, let's say here, that is in actual seconds. So we go to our ruler track, and new with 14, we could actually define what time format that we're working with. So now I could see this ruler track in seconds. And as we play, so if I have this set up as primary and secondary time display, and we want to look at, if we go to our studio menu to more options, we will see our large time display. And once we're here, we could switch back and forth. If you hit the period key, and on the English keyboard or American keyboard, it's going to be just above and to the right of the space bar. But if I'm here, I could switch just by my primary and master time display. So I could see it in seconds, hit the period key, see it in bars and beats. So if you wanted to keep that open the whole time, or you could just kind of right click here and override. But if you wanted to just switch back and forth between the two, we could just come over here and say, okay, let's go to seconds. And then you could have that automatically reflect the changes. Okay. Gareth is saying Cubase is officially the best DAW on earth according to peer-reviewed papers. All right, my chat field just jumped. All right, so we have George checking in on some sketchy roadway west of Seattle, listening and learning lots on the road. Drive safely, and we hope to see you live on another future live stream. Great for you to join us. All right, Xerix M asks, hi Greg, can you remove the EQ section from the channel strip on the left side of the screen? All right, so if you don't want to see the, like if we're here and you don't want to see the EQ, so let's see if we go to setup sections, and if we just take the EQ curve out, you could, so again, right click on one of the inspector tabs, select setup sections, and then you could see exactly which sections that you want visible in any of the inspector tabs. So if we're in our channel inspector or the track inspector, we could come right over here and again set up your sections so that EQ is hidden if you want. I like having it there. You can see Michael Teams just commenting to Uno Momento, just talking about older recording setups. That he still has a couple of 2-inch 24-track tape reels loaded on the shelves. All right, so we see from Henrik Johansson, says, thank you, Greg, for putting all the time and effort into these videos. You're welcome. I'm just glad to be able to help and kind of pass on knowledge forward. All right, so John A. Walker asks, what is the difference in two MIDI editors, one in the drop-down menu and one that you can enlarge in the bottom of the DAW page? All right, so it's really going to be showing kind of the same data. So let's say if we want, so, we could, if I select an event here and we go to MIDI, we could open a key editor, and this would usually by default open it into its own standalone window. And then if you double click, the default behavior is for it to go in the bottom. So if we wanted to be able to edit audio and jump immediately down, and one of the advantages that this has is when you click on this icon, we could have the project window synchronized with the view of the MIDI. So that's something that you don't get, but obviously you get kind of more screen real estate if you have like, a lot of notes that are varying in height in the lower zone. You may have to bring it up, and sometimes you may want to look at parts just larger so you could do more detailed editing here on lengths of parts. But for quick, easy, simple parts, the lower zone is very convenient for doing all of your editing there. Ryan Elfman says, will there be plans to extend Drum Machine to include VSTs as the source? So I'm not sure if it will do the drum machines, but if you want it to, let's say if we add an instrument track here, and let's play back like a Groove Agent SE, and I'll say let's make it into a pattern event. I could load up a kit, and this could be with anything we want, right? So let's say I want to do, let's say Studio Kit, and let's go to Forget the Past. So let's say we'll load this up here. All right, let me just see if this is, where's it being sent out to? Here, I'll just show it on a new project here real quick. All right, so we're here, we'll create empty. So again, we add the instrument track. I choose for it to be the pattern event. Let's load up kit here. Okay, so now that we have kind of the pattern kit, what I want to do is I'm going to go to the editor. See if I did this right. So all right, and I'm going to create a drum map from the instrument. We notice that the drums are automatically populated here. So I will just come over, and now we could utilize these particular, I could make all of my beats directly here, but having it go out to other sound sources. So no problem. So if you want to use the pattern editor for other instruments, you could do that. So pretty easy to work with. All right. All right. All right. Mark Rabin wants everyone to know that Stella is saying woof and to lick the like button. All right. All right, so George is just asking, I was just asking because the manual says in exactly that order, how does the order matter if it all ends up in a stereo file after the conversion? So I think it's really not necessarily the order, but like the naming conventions of L, R, because other programs will have different naming conventions. So, but try loading it as a directly into Reverence, and then you could try it out. All right, so we see Recyclop joining in from Finland. Gareth's daughter Lola is waving vigorously, at least she was 40 minutes ago. Gareth is asking, so when is Cubase 15 out? So when it's ready. But I'm sure if we release it, the funny reaction is how many people thought that Cubase 13 was released last month. So. All right, so Sacramento Sam asks, can stretch on group multiple clips in a track group? So, when we think of, events, let's come over. So if there are kind of multiple events, so, a group is just the audio characteristic, but we can, choose to group, different MIDI events. So if I come over here and let's say we hit Control or Command plus the letter G for group, I could move events. I could take these, and if I wanted to do like a sizing applies time stretch to these events, I could come over here and stretch all of these events, whether it's audio or MIDI. and have them, but it's not necessarily a group track, but they could be grouped together. And to ungroup events, so now these are all kind of my edits to one. If I move one, will automatically be applied. And to ungroup them, just hit Control or Command plus the letter U. So it's not necessarily a group track, is more of an audio processing path, and an edit group is for having the different events, be able to edit together as a single entity as a group. All right, so we have a question from Sway TV. Hi, in WaveLab 12 Pro, why does the file stop playing a file when I click my mouse on my desktop, second or main monitor? Cubase Nuendo 13 does not have that issue. Let's take a quick look. Let me minimize some of my Cubase projects here. So we could expose our desktop, but it could be just like a sorry, just hitting the wrong button. Sorry. Feel stupid now. All right, let me minimize these so we can see. So Nuendo and Cubase have a function that will, release the audio driver in the background. So there may be something similar. All right, so let's open up WaveLab here. Okay, so let's say we're playing. And let me just make sure my audio interface is configured here. Okay, so I'm clicking on my desktop. All right, so you see, why does the file stop playing or file when I click my mouse on my desktop? So our second main monitor, Nuendo 13 does not have this issue. So I'm just opening up files on my desktop here. It's not playing back, not stopping. So just check my preferences and see if there's all right, so let's see if we're here. Let's go to options. All right, so it could be maybe check if you go to audio connections to options that release driver. And I have when Cubase and Windows in foreground, but the check that. So let's see if I uncheck that and we play. still seems to work. So mine seems to kind of work without stopping, but check just under options and for the release driver background. All right, so Sway TV also asked, well, I have this WaveLab open. I have a Nuendo project of 44.1K and I export it to 48K. When I open WaveLab 12 Pro, then I go back to Nuendo 13, I get the dreaded sample rate mismatch error. And I'm not sure how to answer the pop-up error. What do I click not to affect the Nuendo project, and can I stop the behavior? Okay, so let's take a look. Let's pop it over to Cubase here. Hang on 1 second. I have to just grab something from the other room. Hang on. All right, sorry about that. All right, so let's open up a quick project here. Okay, and we'll record a test tone so we can know the tone. All right, so let's say, and I'll get my sample rates right. Okay. All right, and we'll export directly to WaveLab. So we'll go quit WaveLab. I'll just record a quick oscillator. Okay, so we'll save test tone 44.1. We'll record. All right, so now when we play this back, we hear our test tone, so we'll get our frequency on this. All right, so we're at 44.1. I'm going to export, do an audio mix down. Let's choose 48K. And for our post process after export, we're going to open it in WaveLab 12 here. Okay, so now when you play it back, So same pitch. So we're at 48K in WaveLab. Now I go back to Cubase. So here, and this is the message you're talking about, the sample rate has changed. So I'm going to say I'll try allow different sample rates. So now we play back, we're at 44.1 in Cubase. Oh. That changed the pitch. So let's see where the sample rate is now. Okay. So I think you want to choose the other one. So let me come here. All right, so that's the original pitch. Let's go to WaveLab. Let's close WaveLab. Okay, so export audio mix down. We'll open in WaveLab. So just to get our sense of tonality, our pitch. Okay, export audio mix down. So we want to do, and I'm just going to make sure that we are at 44.1. Okay, so we're at 44.1. We want to export at 48K and open in WaveLab. So export. All right, same pitch. So let's do an edit here. All right, so now we go back and let's say adjust project settings. And it says convert audio files to new rate. We can say convert, keep. Do we want to keep them at their sample positions? Choose no. And now this should play back the same pitch. So you want to kind of hit the default option for allow the different sample rates. And when it says do you want to keep them at their sample positions, choose no. So give that a try, Sway TV. All right. Muhammad Wali just says it helped me. Thank you, Greg. So you're welcome. All right. Jimmy Turner says that's great, Greg. Thanks. All right, so Mark Rabin says, okay, so I've been writing a bunch of lyrics to original music, but I'm not the greatest singer. Can you give me some vocal tricks? I would say if you're not a great singer, try to just convey passion and emotion. But, if the pitch is bothering you, the very audio for doing editing is a great choice. So, you could do all sorts of great work with very audio as long as you're kind of in the ballpark, but keeping vocals as but so utilizing very audio. Sorry, I just opened the wrong project here. So, but utilizing the very audio will, if you're in the ballpark, you could get great stuff, but, just convey emotion and passion. All right, Recyclop asks, can I program my own effects like IR the same way you can use Halion for our synths? So an IR is like an impulse response file. So that's often going to be like a recording, almost like a sample of a particular environment, like an acoustic environment, whether it's your bathroom, your wood stairwell, you know, a church, something that has kind of unique atmosphere. And often people use it to do IRs to kind of get the sound of like an actual speaker cabinet for like a guitar or bass amp. And once you have those IRs, you can load them into, so if we add an effects channel, if we have Reverence, you can now just import any wave file as an IR response and then use that as the basis for the reverb. So it's not necessarily like where you're doing oscillators, but if you're taking a sample and kind of playing it, what you could do for a sampler in Halion, you could kind of do that by loading up an impulse response and using that as the basis for your reverb with Reverence. All right, wonderful to see Gerald Ely on from Martinez, California. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Okay, reading through comments. Okay. All right, so we have Muhammad Walid says, can I find the speed of an old song that was not recorded on tempo in order to cover it at its original speed? So, yeah, and a lot of old songs may have varying tempos as well. So let's say if I come over... All right, so let's say we have a song that has varying tempo here. So as soon as so I put my metronome on. So if I select the event here, we could go to my project menu to tempo detection and hit analyze. So I'm going to just change my meter here to 4/4. And now we can take the original recording and it's automatically extracted all of the tempo changes from that original recording right into our tempo map. And we had kind of another question with this since I'm here, where people wanted to know if they could flatten the tempo. So let's say we look at the tempo, it's roughly like, you see 122, 128, 121, 127. So let's say, 122 beats a minute, or we'll say 124, maybe split the difference. So what I could do is I'm going to select the event here, go to audio, to advanced, and we'll say set definition from tempo. And we could just hit OK. And what this is going to do is to write all these tempo changes into every single beat as metadata into the file. So now I could, when I have my tempo track, it's fluctuating. I'm going to turn the tempo track off and just have it play back at 124. So now it's playing perfectly steady. If I activate my tempo, the tempo track, it's now slightly fluctuating on every single beat. If I want it to be perfectly steady, I would tell it not to play back through the tempo track and to play back an even 124 beats a minute so it's perfectly steady. Or if I want to experiment, we can say 128, 140, 108. So we could just kind of modify and change the tempo, or if I want to take the existing tempo that was, I could just change the tempo values here. So if I want to take all this and have it kind of ramp up so that it just and we get to this point in time, a couple more bars, it's going to go back to our original time. And you can do this for multi-tracks or stereo files. And now we're back to the original tempo. So all you have to do again is come over and have the file in your project, go to project to tempo detection, and then if you want it to flatten those tempo changes, select the event, go to audio to advanced, and you want to say set definition from tempo, and then whatever tempo track you have, whether it's going to be varying or if you bypass it and put in a static tempo value, the track will now play back at that tempo. Okay. Okay, so you see Mark Rabin just talking about invasive AI is haunting him. So we have Ruko A says, hello, I'm a composer in South Korea. I'm really amazed at the various features after updating Cubase 14. Is there no undo or redo function for the patterns created in the drum machine? So the pattern editor doesn't have an undo redo yet, so hopefully it'll be added in the future, but currently there isn't one. So we'll see if one gets implemented. All right, so John Wood says, hi, Greg. Is it possible to run multiple MIDI channels for external instruments in Pro 14? I only see one channel. Thanks in advance. So let's say if we set up like an external instrument here. So let's say we have an external plugin. Let's say Motif XF. I'll come over. So I think that if you set the channel here, so if you want to run, you know, let's see if we could run another instance of it. So right now we could have this as channel 1. We go here, this could be, looks like channel 2. But there's always the MIDI channel. So as we're here, so it's still kind of the same external instrument. But MIDI channel 1, MIDI channel 2, all of the, you won't necessarily be able to probably separate the audio input. And if you have like one track that's on multiple MIDI channels, you could probably set it to MIDI channel any right there. So you give that a try, but it looks like you could add kind of multiple instances with different MIDI channels there. Okay. All right, Razel wants people to please hit the like button. All right, Greg Willett asks, how can you set the start point to 1, not 0? So let's say if I'm here, let's say my project here is starting on measure 1. So if we go to your project setup, you could hit Shift plus the letter S. And then if we say, okay, I like here, we could say we modified the bar offset. Do you want to keep the content at its bar position? So if I say yes, I could keep everything at its measure position. So if this was starting at 1, but I could still have a measure 0. So let me know if that is kind of what you're asking about, Greg. Okay. All right, so we see Jazzy Lamel says, hey Greg, greetings. I have an artist that I work with who wants to be able to use their vocal chain coming in, but they want to be able to hear themselves with it on. Can you show us how that works? Okay, so, you know, if it's I'm not sure if it's a software vocal chain, it would probably be my guess. So let's say if I'm over here and we have like a vocal chain of different plugins. So say this is going to be our vocal, and like we want maybe just a little bit of compression. We want maybe a touch of channel, like studio EQ for filters. So we'll come here. And let's say just a bit of de-essing. All right, so let's say this is their vocal chain. Okay, so depending on your audio interface, so if we go to record on this track and it has these plugins, what we could do is we go to your studio menu to studio setup, and we want to make sure that direct monitoring is not turned on. So we need this to be disabled. When direct monitoring is on, the audio inputs go directly to the audio outputs. So with direct monitoring not turned on, we can now hear the vocal chain, and if it's on the track itself, it's not recorded. It's going to be monitored through these effects as they record. So, but it's not applied to the particular tracks. If you want it applied to the tracks, we would go to the input channels, and once we have the input channels turned on, so if we come and we go to our audio connections, we say our inputs, and let's say we add a mono bus. All right, we could now see our inputs. So if we wanted that vocal chain to be recorded, we would put on an input channel, but that can't be undone. But just to monitor through the vocal chain, make sure direct monitoring is turned off, and then you could come over here and put the plugins in. Now, one thing that may happen depending upon the plugins is these plugins can cause a latency that may be like a little bit of a delay for them. So if the latency is too high for real-time recording, then they're going to have to figure out how to work with that. But that's one of the consequences of running a vocal chain while you're recording versus running the vocal chain after it's been recorded. Okay, so Recyclop says, can I use the visibility or something similar to select which channels are visible on my DAW controller? I'm using X32 set as Mackie control. So I don't think Mackie control takes into account channel visibility, but let's come over. I'll do just a new project here. And let's add a number of tracks. And let's say channels 9 through 14 are invisible. Okay, so if I go to, let's say, my Chord Nano control, and this could be, I think, one of the annoying limitations of the Mackie control protocol didn't take this into account. So here I have my mixer set up. So I go to channel 1 and we could control our mixer. So let's come over and I'm going to use the bank button. And when I go to the bank button, I move, let's say, channel. Let's see if this is taking into account my mix console. So it's still going to be kind of laid out. Most MIDI remotes. So when I come over here, we could do this. And let's see if these tracks are disabled, if that makes a difference. But we can see now that I'm in the second bank, we're only doing 2 tracks. Go to the third bank, we can see additional tracks. But usually remote controls don't take into account visibility changes. So let's say if I make these visible, and let's say if these are disabled, if that changes it. So now we have 1 through 4. I'll go to the next bank. Yeah, so if the tracks are disabled, it will automatically skip over those. So you can see if the disabled tracks work, but if the tracks are disabled and invisible, then it will, in the MIDI remote, it automatically will carry over. But I don't think Mackie control has that functionality. So it is like a 25-year-old protocol. All right, so we see from George says, Greg, please help me with this in Halion 7 program butterfly wings, just as an example. How do I adjust the effects example, the delay level? Okay, so let's open up Halion. Okay, so we open this up. Okay, so we come over here to edit. All right, let's see. All right, there's no macro page. All right, so let's look at kind of our program tree. Okay, so we'll come over here. All right, so here on the program bus, we have a multi-delay. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to come here. I right-clicked on the multi-delay, and we go to Open Editor. So now we could say, and now you could adjust the mix level right there. So you want to go to, in the right zone here, we go to Program, and then right-click, Open Editor. So if we want this to be a faster delay time, let's say eighth note triplets. So, and now you could adjust the mix so you're not getting the delay. Okay, so a question from Perch Hunter. May I ask how to configure Cubase to record vocals correctly so that the vocalist, for example, the guitarist, can hear the instrumental in the headphones but also be able to hear it themselves? So, generally it's, so it could depend on, your audio interface settings. So if you have the headphone out of your audio interface, so most of the time the headphone out will be sending like the master output that's defined in the audio connections and outputs here. We'll say not connected, or if we have it set to the control room, most audio interfaces will send that particular signal directly to out of the, will copy that master output out of the headphone output. And when you're recording someone, what you'd want to do is to make sure that we have the right input configured. So we need to add an audio connections input. So we say, okay, we're going into our mono input. Our microphone is connected into input 1 of our audio interface. So we do the routing and we say, okay, we are here. We're going to do our vocals. I want to record enable this track, and I want to have that person be able to hear themselves during the recording. So the backing tracks will play back and be sent out of the master fader here, and they will hear the input source for the tracking and hear themselves recorded. And if they want to hear themselves, and that will be mixed with all of the backing tracks. Now, it could be that the audio interface has other settings or routing capabilities, but that's how most audio interfaces will work, is the main stereo out will be sent to the first headphone output. So, and then it's just a matter of adding the track, making sure it's the right input for that particular track. We can go to the inspector and we can see, oh, I want this to be my mono in, and then you want to record enable that track, and for to be able, the singer to be able to hear the track that they're recording right there. All right, we see Michael Pierce on the live streams, and we see that he got coronavirus and then bronchitis. So get well, and we appreciate your soup recipe, and get well so we can see you on future live streams. All right, I'm going to jump over to some of the questions that were mailed in. We had a lot of questions mailed in today, so let me get to those. We've gone through some of them. Okay, so we had a question. Let me just open up the project here. Okay, so the first question mailed in, please demonstrate in the new score editor how to add pedal marks under the cymbals playing techniques keyboard, and show how to adjust their size for muted behavior is erratic, resizing doesn't work, and sometimes just removes the cymbals altogether. All right, so let's look at a piano part. So what I've done is kind of just zoomed in. So let's say your score editor may look something along these lines. So grab the zoom tool and click on it with the command or control key. And let's say I just wanted to put a pedal in. So we're going to come over here. Let's go to our playing techniques and we'll go to keyboards. Let's say I wanted to put a pedal in. All right, so what I was doing, and I ran into similar thing where I thought that we could just, extend the pedal out. What you want to do is to kind of zoom in. So select the zoom tool. And I've brought this to their attention and they're aware of it. So hopefully we'll see kind of resolution for this. Go back to the selection tool and then click once. Notice that when we click here, we'll see at the end in the circle that it becomes kind of highlighted. Once it's highlighted, we can then extend the pedal marking kind of as we see fit. So just try doing that, and then depending upon the part, you could just extend the pedal. So, but kind of zoom in, and again, that's Control or Command, and at that point you could just select with the object selection tool. You'll see it kind of get a little more defined, and then you can adjust the pedal size. Okay, we have a question. Any idea when Steinberg will be giving us a version in Cubase 14 in which the copy and paste commands work on audio events? So I think currently there's an issue if you're using, let's say I have my audio event here. If I copy and paste, that is working. I think what I've seen online is people are using kind of they have the combined selection tool. So if I copy, just Control Command C, move my cursor here and paste, that isn't kind of functioning as expected. You can hold down the Alt or Option key to make a copy like that, but temporarily until it's resolved, just come right over here and try to deactivate the sizing mode or the combined object and range tool, and then you can kind of cut, copy, paste as expected. So I know it's kind of a bummer. All right, so we have a question. I can't figure out how to modulate or automate the modulation depth of a modulator. Is this possible? It seems like it's very common practice whenever modulators are used, so I'm sure there must be a way. So it says for like a use case, it says I want the panning of a channel modulator with an LFO at a rate of a quarter note. However, I want the panning to slowly fade in over 8 bars so that at least there's no panning, and after 8 bars, the LFO pans the channel from left 100 to right 100. So I kind of reached out to some of the developers on this. So if we wanted to do, let's say we have a modulator on this track, and we wanted to set it up for our LFO, so we'll just set this to, let's say, a quarter note, so that, and we want this set to our panner, so we want kind of almost like this value set, and I think like 2 minutes before the live stream started, I got an email, and I put it into the notepad here, and one of the developers actually just kind of created a script. I haven't had a chance to play with it, but if we copy this, I think if we go to the script editor, that we might be, and I'll see if I could get this dialed in for Tuesday, but we would then just kind of come over here So if I copy these values here, so copy and paste, that we could use the mod scripter, and as we mentioned before, it's kind of a JavaScript, and then have the mod scripter modulate this function. So I haven't really had a chance to kind of play around with it, but if you, I'm happy to kind of send this mod scripter to you or have it kind of dialed in for next week when I get a chance to kind of play with it more than just being able to copy it for the live stream. But the development team's aware of that, and I kind of passed on your concerns for that. Okay, so we have a question. Much like you, I have a visual challenge when I often lose track of where the cursor or mouse pointer is located on the screen. This one happens. I move my pointer with the trackball and Cubase. Things sometimes end up getting changed. I did not intend to change. This is mainly due to the scroll wheel behavior that allows you to make parameter changes with it. I really wish I could shut off the parameter change with scroll wheel feature altogether. Has this happened to you? Do you use anything in particular, like a particular mouse or trackball or something else for scrolling around Cubase session to minimize accidental parameter changes? Any other recommendations you could approve? It says, just to let you know, I'm running Mac Studio in Ventura with Cubase 13 Pro. I have an Apple wireless trackpad and a Kensington Expert mouse trackball as my pointing device. For Cubase, I mainly use the trackball. So I find I really dislike the Apple Magic Mouse, and it's not just with Cubase, it's many other programs. It has like such a fine sensitivity that many parameters will inadvertently get adjusted. You can see people complaining about it in many other programs, Adobe. So I've always found Logitech mice to work really well. And I think that there is a function in Mac OS, like if you just move your cursor really quick, that the cursor could kind of blow up and be enlarged. I run kind of a larger cursor so that it's easier to follow on the live stream. But there is, and it might be under accessibility, but there is like a Mac OS preference for that. Let's see if we can find it maybe under the mouse. That yeah, I don't see it here, but there is like an accessibility option to do that. But I would try, just a generic Logitech mouse. I find works great, and I really, prefer that over any Apple Magic Mouse. My company keeps, every time I get a new computer, they buy me one. I just put it directly in the box. So, all right. So I had a follow-up question to last week's that I misunderstood. So, is it possible to keep the video player afloat / on top, like mixer window, even when switching to other programs, so it can stay open on a secondary monitor all the time? Forum suggested this is impossible. I wonder if something has changed with version 14. So if you have the video window open or other Cubase windows open and you go to a different program, the other program by nature of the operating system takes control. So it's going to put the Cubase windows in the background. And that's just kind of being handled at an operating system level. And I could see where, if you opened up another program that you don't want another program that's open to overlay their windows on top of your program. So you could have kind of like, one program that is active at a time. That's your primary active window. So when you go to another program, the windows in Cubase will go to the background. It's just how the operating systems deal with multiple windows. So. Okay, we covered that already. The next question. All right, so a question. Does Cubase have a function to where I can save the entire fader levels as some sort of preset? Okay, so let's say I have these tracks selected in my mixer, and we have all sorts of different fader levels. And I wanted to take these levels for these particular tracks and send them and save them as a preset. So if we go to the settings, this little settings cogwheel, we could do this in the full screen mixer or now the lower zone mixer, and we could say save selected channels. So we'll come over here, we'll say November 15th mixer, save it to the desktop. I will now come over and we will load selected channels. So we'll go to the desktop, we'll look for recent, probably won't show up. Let's go for date. All right, so we have our November 15th mix. So before I do that, I want to reset all these. back to where they were. So just control click and we'll set these all back to default value. Okay, so we'll import the settings, those mixed channels. So again, we'll load our selected channels. And we can see that they've now all recalled, just like that. All right, so we had some more questions. First question, in the inspector you have 3 settings on top, volume, pan, and track delay. There used to be sliders for all 3, but not in 13 and 14. Now there are only sliders for the top 2 settings and no slider for track delay. Not a huge deal because you can still change it, but it feels like a weird decision to take it away just to make it a little bit worse. So I think that a lot of people were accidentally shifting the tracks. You know, so when you go here, that they were inadvertently shifting tracks to playback earlier or later in time. So that's why it's kind of a different function than why we have this set for volume and pan. So this is, you know, just kind of a static value that's not being automated. So these parameters, it's a little more obvious that they are automatable, but, you know, the same functionality is there. And often, you know, you're doing it by very precise, you know, you find the timing difference and maybe you shift that and you enter the value in as opposed to entering it in with a slider. Okay, so the second question, when you're programming MIDI guitars, what's the best approach to add bends and vibrato to specific notes? So for the vast majority of MIDI instruments, probably 99.999% of MIDI instruments still are on MIDI 1.0 standard. So if you have like MIDI notes for a guitar and you want it to do bending on one particular instrument, so let's say I want it to come here and we'll listen to maybe this synth pad here, and I will just take a, let me just bypass the modulators on this. Okay, so if you have your MIDI guitar, and let me just change this particular voice here to like a guitar, just so you could hear. All right, so now when you play this back, all right, so let me just, so if we want to do, so, you know, generally pitch bend and volume changes are going to be only channel based. So a lot of MIDI guitars, when you do MIDI guitars, each string is a different MIDI channel so that each string could have different levels of bending. When we go into Cubase, we could go to note expression, and I could take just one particular note here, and we could go to our pitch shift. So I could double click when we have this instead of deleting, and we could go to note expression, and now I could just say, okay, let's go to tuning, and I'm going to double click just on this one note, and I could tune just that one note without affecting the other pitches, because this is a function of Halion, Retrolog, Halion Sonic, Pad Shop. So we could actually do independent bendings, but most of the time you're going to want to have different MIDI channels for each string, and that gives you more flexibility. Third question, when uninstalling older versions of Cubase, is there something to consider or something specific you should do before uninstalling to make sure there won't be any bad surprises? So generally, Cubase will migrate your settings from the previous version the first time you run it. Once those settings have been transferred over, you could get rid of the earlier version without consequences. Okay, fourth question. I have a couple of VST guitars from Native Instruments. They are great, but when I import a guitar part, which contains several chords and notes, like into Cubase, there are only one single note that starts the guitar parts. So you'll hear a beautiful guitar parts being played, but there's only one note that triggers the part. Is there any way in Cubase to extract actual Midi being played instead of those single note triggers? So generally the instrument itself, so it's a function of the instrument. So Cubase is sending information, and how that instrument is designed is probably one note is triggering an actual guitar recording based on a condition. So if you want to play back a different strumming pattern, it then plays back a different audio recording. There's a good chance that those samples that you're using for the instrument are not broken down into individual MIDI components. It's a MIDI trigger that's playing the particular guitar recording to match the criteria. So there's a good chance that they're never actually in the MIDI domain except for what note triggers which particular sample. So if it doesn't work, if it doesn't copy that over, it's a limitation of the particular instrument. So there's nothing that Cubase can do if the instrument itself doesn't support it. Okay, we covered that one already. Let's go to next. Okay, it says, hello, Greg. One thing we found most interesting lately, because whether using Cubase 13 or 12 Pro, there's a huge difference in frequency response when you do not use the Constrain delay compensation button. I think it is important to look at. We have tried using, for example, samples, sampled on loops, sampler in the right project main window. You audition the sample and bring it into the sampler drum machine like Groove Agent, and the samples sound great when auditioning, but lose all their high, mid, and high frequency when played back. We use a Mac Pro at 49 kilohertz, latest Sonoma operating system, and UR44C interface. We have a standard template around 1,000 tracks, all disabled. We've checked our system, and this problem is repeatable. It exists. Again, we asked colleagues who have updated Cubase 14, and the same results no matter what your latency is set to 64 to 512 buffer. Auditioning samples plays great at full spectrum. Note the conditions, all tracks are disabled, and the only track is live and able to play back the samples. This is particularly apparent using the drum machine because it's so easy to test. Apparently all my colleagues, both Cubase 13 and 14, have this problem. The Constrain delay latency seems to have a significant effect when the tracks are disabled. If you don't use it, all your instrument library sounds significantly muted or muffled, like you used a filter to decrease the high MIDI and high frequencies. This is very disconcerting. We try to use, along with our other colleagues in the system, normal track enabling without the use of Constrain delay compensation button, and all libraries are significantly dull. The top end is gone, and when we press the Constrain delay button, it all sounds like it sounds great. This puts us in a precarious position since we cannot rely on the mixer inserts and sends and mixes to provide proper output frequency as it should. I'd highly recommend you guys double check what we're experiencing. I sincerely hope we're missing something or we're doing something wrong. I've brought this attention to you because it's clearly a significant issue here. Thank you for all your great work in the Club Cubase live streams, etc. All right, so I kind of checked this out, and I couldn't repeat these results. I'll show you what I did. So let's come over. All right, so I took a drum sample here. So let's listen to a drum sample. All right, now I dragged that sample into a sampler track, and what I did is I took this note, I triggered it at its original pitch at a velocity of 127. So now we'll listen to it in the sampler track. And I did the same thing. I'm playing the same part now through the drum machine. So I'll take this event here and I'll just put this into a quick loop. And when I select the tracks, so I'm not hearing any significant difference myself. Maybe if other people are, you could let me know. So that's the sampler track. This is the same file in the drum track. Sampler drum track, sampler track, and the original loop. Now, when you say the thing that sticks out to me is when you say the constrained delay compensation. All right, so what the only thing that the constrained delay compensation button does is turn off plugins that have high latency. So I think that you have plugins on a group or maybe even in the control room. So let's say if I put on a plugin in the control room like a vocal chain, and I want to come over and I put on like a preset for the vocal chain. So if I audition a loop here, so let me just audition and we'll see if that goes through our vocal chain. So we'll say, let's find. Let me see if I can find it. So now if we bypass the constrained delay compensation, we notice that when we go to our control room, the inserts are bypassed that have high latency. So I turn the constrained delay compensation on. So I think you have a plugin somewhere that's causing that sound to change, because when that's bypassed, it's probably just activating a plugin. So if I turn that plugin off and I turn on the delay compensation, it's not making any change. So I'm pretty convinced that you have a plugin that's causing that change. And then when you turn this off, that plugin is not on. When you enable the constrained delay compensation, that plugin is being bypassed, and it could be something like SonarWorks that's going through and monitoring your control room environment, something, but when I listen to it here going between the different sources, I don't hear a difference between the original source, the sampler track, or when the file is playing back in Groove Agent. So I'm thinking that you actually have a plugin somewhere. So if you just try this, not in your 1000 track template, try it with just no plugins and see if you get the same results that I do. All right, so I had a question. We had a discussion last time if when we're in the mix console, if the order of plugins should be tied in the mix console should be linked to the project window mix console. So so we could see that, I think it's important that we've just added this capability. This feature is, a whopping 9 days old. So maybe in the future, I will ask Steinberg to see if there's a preference to make the mix console have a different order than the project mix console. I think a lot of people will be thrown off by it. People get thrown off already about different scenarios if it's different with just tracks being hidden, and people will call us up and can't find their tracks when they've hidden them in particular mixers. So, but I will pass it on as a feature request to have an independent track, as a preference perhaps to have the track order in the mix console different than the track console here. All right. So we have a question, second question. I'm also disappointed over the fact that the track channel visibility mess hasn't been addressed. I can select individually what channels are visible in the mix console. I can select individually what tracks are visible in the project window and mix console in the lower zone. Input channels aren't listed in the visibility tag at all. It's none or all. I've got 20 input channels set up, so you take over almost a whole lower zone if I need to change something. The output channels are always visible in the lower zone regardless. If the visibility setting is in the left zone, I have 2 output channels set up, one for stereo, one for Atmos. The Atmos output channel doesn't even show in the left zone's visibility tab, only the stereo output channel does. As a matter of fact, the stereo output is the only thing that does show in the tab. This means that all channels show surround panner. The only way to get to the stereo panner back is to delete the Atmos output in the audio connections. All right, so I think when we look at this, let's say we add a number, we go to our audio connections here, and we go to our inputs. All right, so I will add additional input buses here. All right, so we see that we have 7 input, but we now have a stereo in, and I'm going to add a, let's say a 714 output for Dolby Atmos. All right, so the concept here is a lot of times we see all of our input channels directly here. If I wanted to hide my input channels, I could, as you mentioned, hide all of my input channels. We see our stereo out because when we go to our input output, because people want it for a long time to be able to draw in a fade out on the project window. Previously, what they would have to do to draw a fade out on a master fader or to do automation, they would have to go into the master fader on the large mix console and draw that in, then it appeared. But a lot of times we don't need to do automation of our input channels. But if I wanted to see specific input channels, what I could do now is just come over here and let's say I click on my W here, and as I click on W, or just click on read even, all of my input tracks become visible on my project window. So if I want to not see particular inputs, we could have input 2, 3. So we could now just come over and all of our inputs are available to see on our project window. So you can see them and do your automation. So they're all visible. A lot of people don't need to see these in the project window, and it's confusing for them, which is why they're kind of tucked away and hidden, because people will automate the input channel thinking that they're automating the actual channel. I've gotten the question many times from people. Now, if we want to see our output, we can see that our 7.14 output just automatically showed up in our lower zone mixer as well. But if you don't see that, you can, again, just come over and you could choose. So if I click on the read button and we go to our output channels, we can see, we'll click on the W. We can see on our channels here on our main bus, we can see our 7.14 output. So a lot of times these are things that people in the lower zone click on the wrong things. They call us up and they get mad and say it's a bad software design. So we've kind of tucked away some of those things that could cause potential problems in people's projects later. So that's how you could enable specific input and output channels. All right. And we had another question. I get this error message on my Mac. It says, Cubase 14 would like to record this computer's screen and audio. And this is kind of like, we see a big padlock, and this is on Mac OS. Grant access to this application in privacy and security settings located in system settings. And then you could do that. So the question is, why am I seeing this message? So and this is kind of a function of the Mac OS. It's independent of Cubase. But when you're using a program like Zoom or Microsoft Teams, something where you can share your screen with other people, this is an OS prompt that allows you to share your Cubase screen with other people when you're doing like a remote desktop session. So it doesn't affect your ability of Cubase to record. It affects your ability of Cubase to be seen when you're doing screen sharing. So it's kind of an operating system level function for that. All right, let's go back, see if we get one or two more questions in. Thanks for all the great questions. And if you want to ask questions, you could always send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right. Okay, ProWash DFW, Randy asks, Greg, can you show the DAW project file format? So if you have kind of a simple project and you wanted to exchange it with someone who's running programs like Bitwig or Studio One, we can now take your project and export it as a DAW project. And since we've had so many people switching from those programs to Cubase, one of the great things that people could save their projects in those programs, export it as a DAW project, and import it directly into Cubase as a DAW project. All right. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped on me. Okay, so I'm back. All right, Antonio asks, question, is there any way to add a new track with a specific instrument just by using the keyboard? If I use add track instrument, I have to use the mouse to select the instrument. So currently you can't select like a preset of adding a track to a specific instrument. Via keyboard, you could maybe navigate through track presets, which could load up an instrument, but there's no hit this button to open this instrument and hit this button to open a different instrument. You need to select the instrument. All right. See, Michael Pierce is wanting Avid to add DAW project. So they generally don't like industry standards for project interchange. I'm not even sure if their video program can open up their DAW sessions. All right, so we see a question from Razel. Hi Greg, in the Media Bay effect, right-hand side, there's an effect inside unnecessary folder called Other. How can I remove those kind of folder? Thanks. All right, so when we go to like your Media Bay, so VST plugins can have a classification. So let's say if we jump back here, we go to VST effects. So you could, if you wanted to, if you want to get rid of like Loop Mash, FX, and plugins that don't have a category, if you go to your VST plugin manager, you can click here to make a new collection. So let's say we want to come over here that we could copy the current collection. We'll say copy. And if you want to go to your other category and say, okay, Loop Mash, I want to put that in my delays or whatever, that you can now just move those or get rid of folders altogether so that that will be reflected here. All right, so with that, we see that we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. We'll be back on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. We want everyone to stay safe and healthy. And thanks for all the wonderful questions. And if you learned some new tricks, make sure that you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Everyone have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you back on Tuesday. Goodbye.